Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is July 7th, the 7th day of the 7th month of the year 2023. Once again, standing here at Polderbaan. Same shit, different day. This is another morning of arrivals and a couple of heavies are coming in next. The first of which is going to be this A330-200 from KLM, flight 676, arriving from Edmonton, Canada after 8 hours and 13 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 16 years old and will touch down in a few minutes. The big picture, it is cloudless. Well, maybe just a little bit of high clouds here and there. If you look, you can see that there is humidity up in the sky. So unrestricted views of contrails, unlike yesterday. So if it does get a bit boring on the ground, we can always have a look up and see what is happening over there. The wind has changed. Now it is blowing from the southeast, so it is still crosswind, but from the left for the pilots landing. They land to the south. Most of you will know that already. So wind blowing from the southeast means that there's a little bit of crosswind from the left. Not too much. We're starting the day with a wheelie. Because why not? There were still a few planes landing on the center runway, although I believe they are going to close it. At least the Luchtverkeersleiding website was already saying that this was the only runway in use for arrivals. So I'm hoping that the airplane that landed a few minutes ago is the last airplane, in fact, landing on 18 center, meaning 18 right is the only runway in use for arrivals. Now, visibility perfect, crystal clear. You can see 3 airplanes well in advance. Big birds coming in. The next bird that is going to arrive is from Air Europa, flight 1091, Boeing 7878 Dreamliner, all white, coming in from Madrid, 2 hours of flight time, 9-year-old airplane. First flight February 2014. At the moment it is 20 degrees Celsius already, or about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is lovely, refreshing. And today we are expected to see temperatures climbing to 28 degrees Celsius later during the day. But I think by the time it gets that warm, I will have stopped streaming already. Temperature will typically be reached in the second half of the afternoon. Also, really quiet over here. There is a taxi, I think that is, parked at the roundabout, or at least standing still is better and a more appropriate description. Over here on this side, nobody. Have it all for myself. The strip. Next heavy is Emirates Sky Cargo, flight 19920, arriving from Aguadilla. 8 hours, 12 minutes of flight time. 777 freighter, 8 years old, October 2014 was the day it began flying, or the month it started flying, I should say. And already the live chat is bustling with action. A lot of people already tuned in. Oh, and I just clicked away the chat window. That's not handy. There we go. Hey there, Paul. Good morning. Planespotter Joshi, Marius, Paula, goedemorgen. W, good morning. Jackie, good morning. Lane, goedemorgen, good morning. Koenie, goedemorgen. Erik, goedemorgen, good morning. Studio, Yaya, good morning. Pep Transit, good morning. David, good morning. Sim Erik, good morning. Erik, goedemorgen. I did put on a thick layer of sunscreen before going out. So SPF 30 should be good until the end of the stream. So it definitely is weather where you need to put on sun lotion before going out, definitely. David Keller, good morning. Richard vanuit Rotterdam-Zuid, goedemorgen. Jan Kees, goedemorgen, good morning. Well, let's quickly focus back on what is going on right now. British Airways, Speedbird, flight 432-336, Airbus A320neo arriving from London Heathrow. Now touching down, typically 30 to 40 minutes of flight time. Doesn't say anymore on flight radar, unfortunately. The airplane is relatively new, 1 year old. First flight was in July 2021. Me, myself, good morning. Mid KS, good morning. And a nice butt shot of the airplane. We'll probably see the spoilers lower in a few seconds. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, there they go. So they will retract the flaps in a minute then. Hey there, Paul, good morning. Checking in from Northern Ireland. What's the weather like over there right now? Over here, sun. We're going to see tropical temperatures as of tomorrow. Today the highs will reach towards 30 degrees Celsius. I think the high is going to be around 28. Right now over here, 20 C. Nice and comfortable, particularly with the wind blowing. If I'm not mistaken, this is Royal Air Maroc arriving from Nador. And it is spoilers are already lowered. It's wet and windy, humid. Okay. I was under the impression, but that probably was false then, that you guys were also under the influence, swear, of the high pressure that is now building up over the Netherlands as well. But okay, Koenie says Air China Cargo NA in 10 minutes. Is that the 747 you were referring to earlier? And Richard asks, when am I going to go on holiday and will I be flying? I don't have any holiday plans as of yet. I typically save my holidays for the winter because I am an avid ski enthusiast. So I have nothing planned for the upcoming months, although you never know what might change in the meantime. If I go skiing, I typically do fly. Last years I have been flying, I've been going by car, with my own car. When I was younger I also have gone by bus. which drives you overnight, but you have to transit a couple of times, hardly able to sleep. So that is less comfortable than driving yourself, but that is also very tiring, and flying is much less tiring. Hey Lance, good morning. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm glad that people noticed it when the landing took place and mentioned it, so I could look it back coming home later, because I hadn't seen it myself at the time. Didn't see it. That's not too weird, because I'm looking at a little 3-inch screen, so all the details you guys are seeing on a full screen I am missing. What I'm not missing is the next airplane, Qatar Cargo Flight 8201, which is arriving from Doha after flying for 6 hours and 2 minutes. It is a 777 freighter, 6 years old, had its first flight in August 2016. Qatar Cargo Flight 8201. Also reassuring that after having contacted the company, that they do also do an after arrival check of the airplane and had already noticed it themselves. So that is reassuring that they proactively also check the airplane after it has arrived and notice when such a flap fairing has come loose. Hey Martin, goedemorgen. Zit je weer op de kraan? Some spectacular location where you're watching the stream from. The Hobart Aviation fan, good evening to you, my friend. The day already gone by. Over here it has just begun. Well, we're waiting for the next airplane. Just to show you wait a minute. There we go. I was trying to zoom in on a reflection. This airplane already really far away, but you can see visibility is good, no clouds. And the upshot is that there is humidity in the air, so if there's something interesting you guys see on flight radar, like A380s passing in the vicinity of Schiphol, let me know and I will see if I can show you guys. What I did see earlier is that when I'm zooming in on Qatar airplanes and they fly close by, I can also you can read it. You can even read the logo of Qatar on the bottom of the airplane. Yesterday, or was it the day before? Was it earlier in the week? No, I think it was yesterday. A Condor airplane passed over. The stripes of the livery were also very well visible. Yeah, Richard asks what was going on with that 747 yesterday. There was a bit loose that is covering a bit of the machinery that makes sure that the flaps retract and extend. Because the machinery itself is not very aerodynamic, and that cover that was loose basically makes sure that the airflow doesn't cause too much turbulence. But it was supposed to be a bit more stuck than it was. And you can imagine that if something is dangling loose and it dangles too much, then the bit where it is still attached with can come loose and the whole part can break off. Now that can happen on land during a touchdown. It can happen also in the air when the flaps extend. The air of course crushes into the flaps and can cause turbulence around that bit. So It could, in theory, be dangerous when it comes loose, of course, depending on where it comes loose. But whenever it does come loose, it is dangerous because it will happen at relatively high speed, so you never know where it can land. Okay, Koenie informing us 3 747s coming within 40 minutes. That is excellent news. Hey Frank, goedemorgen. Checking in from Doetinchem. Now, departures take place from runway 24. And that means that air traffic that is flying to the north passes by on the left for me. Like this 737. So also if you see something take off from runway 24, like for instance a Finnair A350 that will go to Helsinki later, it will fly the same route. This is what you can see of the traffic taking off. Still relatively clear shot. Now it's not completely wind still. The wind has changed direction. It is now blowing from the southeast. Yesterday it was blowing from the southwest, so now it is blowing in warm continental air. Hey, salut Jean-Yves. Just wake up, don't mess with me. Jean-Yves hasn't had his coffee yet, that's clear. Hey, persfotograaf Sam says lifeliner chopper on the arrival in a few minutes. Which direction is it coming from? From the VU Medical Center, or is it returning to the VU? Erik says Air China Cargo 747 arriving, destination not available. So I will not be seeing it on flight radar. I do see something arriving. Let's see if that is the 747 already. That doesn't look like a 747. Let me open up the filters for a moment. Clear filters. Oh yeah, I do see it is in the vicinity of Hoorn, the 747. Okay, well, first queen of the day expected within 15 minutes. Let me quickly re-enable the Amsterdam filter. There we go. Oh, and the lifeliner will be going to Schiphol, but will it be arriving from the VU Medical Center then? That is where they typically are stationed. That means it will arrive from the other side. And Richard, thank you so much for a very generous super chat, saying, I'm going away for 2 weeks. Thanks again for the beautiful stream and explanation, and see you in 2 weeks. Well, thank you so much for that super chat, Richard, and thank you for your kind words. Are you going on holiday? Oh yeah, you are going... I also need more coffee. You just said that you are going to go on holiday. Oh, I am terrible. Sorry about that. Oh man. Hey Rick, goedemorgen. Alles goed, kerel. I'm also checking around, multitasking at its best. I'm also looking to see if I can see a lifeliner helicopter somewhere. If it is in the sky above Schiphol, I would be able to see it. Unfortunately, I am not. Also not hearing anything. Hey there, chicken man. Good morning. Camille, good morning. Salut. So, a little Vueling arriving from Barcelona, but we will be seeing more heavies in a few seconds. I saw a couple arriving not too far out. Plus there is a 747 that is on its way. Now just to show you guys, I'm not hearing anything, I'm not seeing anything, no lifeliners or nothing. Let's focus on the task at hand, showing you the air traffic that we can see. Now, can we also see the 747 already? Just checking on my laptop, which shows the footage a bit bigger. Don't see it yet. Hey, good morning, Donna. What a great Friday. I'm off to the cinema this afternoon and then a meal with Nick. Happy times for sure. That sounds like a great start of the weekend, Donna. Which movie are you guys going to, or is that still undecided? The Meester Maestro has landed. Indeed he has, Lance. So we're now looking at United Airlines flight 20. It is a 777-200 arriving from Houston, Texas. 8 hours and 40 minutes of flight time already under its belt. 777-200 ER, 23 years old, first flight February 2000. And I'm checking. Can we see a 747 already? Is that it? I think it is. Yeah, that is the 747 with the mystery. The NA in its flight radar data. Now turning on to the localizer, or the glide slope I should say. The runway heading. Hey there, 68 Twig, good morning. It is a beautiful day, it is. It's going to be a warm day. Temperatures will increase to 28 Fahrenheit, Celsius later today. So in the 80s Fahrenheit, if you're used to those. Right now it is 20 C, or at least it was at the time I checked the METAR. Might have increased to 21 or so. Still around 20 degrees at least. So it's very doable. Nice breeze that keeps me cool. Obviously put on a thick layer of sunscreen before going out this morning. Ah, Wes Anderson Asteroid City. Can't say that I've heard of that movie, but it sounds spacey. Hey, good morning CJ. Hope everybody is doing well. I'm quickly going to turn around the camera because we have the first queen of the day. You're not going to see it if you have filters for AMS active on flight radar. I re-enabled it just now, so let me clear the filter and see what flight radar does have to say. So it is Air China Cargo, flight 1001. Pretty sure that's not the actual flight number. Origin not available, destination not available, but I'm guessing it is probably just a hunch Schiphol as destination. Boeing 747-400. What it does say, hope it's true, is that the age of the airplane is 28 years. Apparently the first flight was in February of the year 1995. Hey Dale, good morning. Excellent timing, mate. Just in time to see the first queen of the day, Air China Cargo. Where it's coming from, I don't know. Where it's going to, Still unclear. It is 28 years old. First flight February 1995. Now there's a little CRJ from SAS flying behind it. Somewhere. Still so small, and also due to the wake turbulence caused by this big machine, far enough out that it is still a bit hard to see. Let's see how the landing goes. Checking the fairings. No loose parts on this one by the looks of it. That will save them some additional chores. Alright, let me quickly re-enable the AMS filter. Ah, running games, the guy that got stopped by the KMR. Good to see you again, my friend. Noodles for breakfast, babi pangang tonight. Oh man. I like that there are always sharp people in the chat over here. Makes for so much more fun. So, let's see, in the pipeline 3 airplanes, first of which is going to be a CRJ from SAS arriving from Copenhagen. After that, a Boeing 737-700 from KLM arriving from Birmingham. And third will be Pegasus A320neo AYT, that is Antalya. Oh yeah, and the third one just lower and left of the 737. Now looking at the flight radar, it seems that the next heavy is also approaching the coast of the Netherlands. Air Canada flight 808. Hey there, STFM, good morning. Preacher, good morning. Preacher asks, how does one receive a gifted membership? Well, that is just random luck. People can buy gifted memberships and YouTube assigns them randomly. Well, the people who are here for the ducks, as there is a 737 landing, let's show you guys the situation in the water. No ducks yet. We have a single coot over there on its private peninsula. Over here, not a lot going on. KLM 700 just landed. And over here in the water too. Oh, wait, there might be... Yeah, there is something swimming over there. If it is a coot or a duck, it's a bit hard for me to see, but if I had to put money on it, I would be inclined to say it is a coot, but maybe I do also see some movement there in this middle. Might be the duck family, mama duck and her ducklings. Next up, A320neo Pegasus Pegasus flight 5957, arriving from Antalya in Turkey. Flight time 3 hours and 33 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old. First flight June 2017. After this airplane we're going to see an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Prague, and after that Air Canada, a heavy. Since I have been here, walking up to this place, setting up everything, I haven't seen the firefighters yet, so I think they are due a round still, unless they then do that every day. Has happened already a couple of times that we didn't get to see them. Not sure if they are really early on some days. Checking at the fire station, there doesn't seem to be any activity going on right now. So, not sure if we are going to see the firefighters still, or maybe that they already did their round, or maybe that they skip Fridays. Don't know for sure, but I'll keep an eye out for them. Next up, KLM flight 1352, Embraer 190 arriving from Prague in the Czech Republic. An hour and 8 minutes underway right now. The airplane 9 years old. First flight January 2014. You might also hear an airplane flying over that just took off from runway 24. Squeaky brakes, who would have thought, on an Embraer? That's a first. Cathay Pacific 747-8 nearing Schiphol. Good news there, Rick. Thank you for updating us. I think you have a perfectly valid excuse, Donna, but that is just me if I would be the manager. Unfortunately, I don't get to rule the world, nor do I get to be your manager. Here it is, Air Canada flight 808 777-300 ER. Arriving from Toronto, Canada. 6 hours 50 minutes of flight time, about to touch down in a few seconds. This airplane, 15 years old, first flight June 2008. Just a quick visual. Well, if we didn't get photobombed by... I was about to check the fairings on the left hand side of the wing, but... Hey Marissa, goedemorgen. Ronald, goedemorgen. Now, we just got photobombed by K1. I think K3 is somewhere in Belgium right now. And K4 is walking the dog. So it's just K1 and K2 for the moment. Oh wait, no, that was K9. Haha. Anyway, here we have a 777-300ER in the SkyTeam livery, arriving from Johannesburg in South Africa. 10 hours and 10 minutes of flight time. 777-300ER. It is 13 years old. First flight, August 2009. Right, next up, SAS A320neo, arriving from Oslo, operated by SAS Connect. Wow, how about that? Also keeping my eye out for that bird controller. You never know when they are going to give a free fireworks display. Now, in the very top of the screen you might see the next airplane turning onto the glide slope. Was that the 747 already? I think it was. The Turkish is already aligned and flying a bit more closer by. I think we just saw the Cathay Pacific 747, the second queen of the day. And Serge is checking in from Tunisia. Good morning. Welcome to the show. Hope you are having fun and enjoying yourself. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, welcome to AMS Live as well. My name is Boy. We are standing here next to the Polderbaan, runway 18 right. Only runway in use for arrivals at the moment. And you can see it is clear, the sun is out, temperatures in the low 20s. We do have some wind from the southeast. These airplanes are landing to the south, so there is a little bit of crosswind from the left this time around. Yesterday we had crosswind from the right, also more significant wind. High pressure building up. Temperatures expected to increase today, going towards 30 degrees Celsius or 90 Fahrenheit. It's going to stay a bit below. Tomorrow it is set to get a bit warmer than 30 degrees. The warmest day of the weekend. Sunday it is going to be another warm day as well over here. I'm hoping that the relative humidity will be a bit low so that it doesn't get too sticky and clammy. For now it is very comfortable here. The wind is nice and refreshing. Visibility is good, as you guys can see. In the foreground, Turkish A330-300 arriving from Istanbul. Flight 1951. Yes, that's that one flight number that when also flying this approach crashed before the A9 highway. Now this time it's not going to happen. We can already tell. This airplane underway from Istanbul, 2 hours and 56 minutes is the current flight time. The airplane 8 years old. First flight of this airplane was in April 2015. Alright, queen number 2, ladies and gentlemen. First queen was a classic 747-400. This is a newer 747-800. Cathay Pacific Cargo, flight 3165, arriving from Dubai, so that is 6 hours and 21 minutes in this case of flight time. This airplane is 11 years old already. First flight of this airplane was in August 2011. Hey Gerrit, goedemorgen. Was nice meeting you yesterday. Good to see that you made it back alive with the tegenwind, the headwind. Yesterday, cycling back to Rijnsburg. Time to take a quick sip of water. Now folks, despite the fact that the sun is out and it is a clear blue sky, you can see the contrails very well this day. So in the upper atmosphere, apparently more humidity than it is lower to the ground. So if you guys see an interesting A380 or something coming to me, give me a heads up and I will see if I can show you guys. I love that winding down sound when they stop using the reverse thrust. It's even better on the GE90s of the triples. Lovely sound. And what a long machine, isn't it? If it passes by, you can see the full length of the fuselage. Absolutely long as... well, something long. Servus Peppi! Guten Morgen! Wie ist das Wetter da in Innsbruck heute? Well, and Marissa is informing us that queen number 3 is 8 minutes out and is an Atlas Air arriving from Abilene. Where is that? And similar to the previous queen, so too this one is being followed by a CRJ. I like how they let such a small plane follow such a big plane. So another SAS CRJ flight 1553 arriving from Stockholm. Tractor passing by on the cycling path. This CRJ now touching down after an hour and 44 minutes of flight time. 14 years old, first flight December 2008. Ah, Sonnenschein in Innsbruck, super. Und wie heißt es das da heute? Hier, jetzt ist es 20 Grad ungefähr, bisschen warmer schon. Wie ist das da in Innsbruck? Hey, good morning Blackburst. And John, good morning. My favorite plane followed by my least favorite. What do you have against the CRJ 900? And don't let Michael Jackson hear it. That would be a declaration of war of sorts. Next up, Speedbird Flight 430, Airbus A319, arriving from London Heathrow. After 43 minutes of flying, about to touch down. This airplane is 21 years old. First flight was in September 2001, so it started flying in the month of 9/11. Innsbruck auch 20 Grad. Fabelhaft. Nicht zu warm, nicht zu kalt. Hear my favorite engine sound? Okay. Whoa. Next up, Boeing 737-800 KLM Flight 1224, one of the many flights between Paris, Charles de Gaulle and Amsterdam Schiphol. This one underway 49 minutes? Really? I would have thought that the flight time would be shorter than that. And I know they don't have headwind. Strange, interesting. This airplane, 22 years old, first began flying in July 2000. And Sander, goedemorgen. TNC, good morning. TNC checking in from Leicestershire. What's the weather like over there in Leicestershire? I was told that in Northern Ireland it is wet and humid. How are things in Leicestershire? Hey, Yunus, if I'm pronouncing that properly, who says good morning from Seattle. So you're up early or still up late? That is, probably up late still. 1 AM, I think, is the local time on the west coast right now. 9 hours time difference between mainland Europe. Paul informing us that it is warm and sunny in Liverpool. Excellent. What temperatures are you guys having right now? Over here we have Ryanair Flight 420, Boeing 737-800, arrival from Dublin, Ireland. Flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. The airplane's age 15 years. First flight November 2007. After that, a Corendon arriving from Ibiza, also 737-800. And that was a very nice, gentle landing. And application of reverse thrust as a bonus. Oh, and where are the bird controllers? Okay, so they are now sitting over here in the grass. You can see them. That is really close to the runway. I'm looking around to see if I can see any yellow pickup trucks, but I cannot. So I'm not sure if they are in the vicinity. Hopefully that goes all right then. They are continuing flying. Pretty sure that the pilots have seen it and are reporting it to ATC, and they'll be sending over the yellow pickup trucks rather soon. Particularly now that there are also a few heavies underway. Corendon Airlines arriving from Ibiza. it is a 737-800 in case you guys were wondering. Oh, nice! Jonas will be flying into Schiphol overnight Saturday. Want to be well adjusted so I don't go immediately to sleep upon arrival Sunday morning. Very well planned, and in that case, good morning. Because over here the day has only just begun. 10:15 a.m. local time here, so yeah. Gonna take some adjusting, but very prudent to do so. Third Queen in the background. Dreamliner in the foreground, the Dreamliner in the foreground. United Airlines Flight 968, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from San Francisco. The Dreamliner has a flight time of 9 hours and 35 minutes under its belt right now. The airplane is 2 years old, first flight was in October 2020. And Dale asks where Corendon is from. Well, actually, it is a Dutch company, but it was founded by a man that is originally from Turkey. In fact, I think his sister is also in our government. Not sure what the international equivalent of a staatssecretaris is. Maybe one of the viewers will know. Not a minister, but sort of a second in command on a ministry. I think she has culture in her portfolio, although I'm not sure. Yeah, the founder of Corendon is Dutch. Queen number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Atlas Air Flight 9266 arriving from Abilene. Don't know where it lies, but the flight time is almost 9 hours to the minute, so it's not around the corner exactly. Boeing 747-400, 26 years old. This airplane began flying in January of the year 1997, so we have a millennial. Third Queen. Ah, Texas. Thanks for the update, me myself. I had never heard of that town before. Abilene, Texas. Hey, good evening, John Freddy. Checking in from Queensland. Just in time to see the third Queen of the show already. How long have you been streaming now? I think an hour, maybe even just less than that. Already 3 queens. Will there be more underway? Well, obviously there will be, but now, do we see anything wobbly? That shouldn't be wobbly, or excessively wobbly, I should say. Don't think we do. This all looks good. Me myself says Abilene is home base of a huge B1 squadron. Oh, awesome. Yeah, they should be putting a warning sign over here. Be careful for wingtips. Now, I was driving over here and I was listening to the news, and they were telling me that they renovated Maastricht-Aken Airport, which is in the southeast, lies just southeast of the southeast tip of our country, more or less. And that airfield is already there for years, and apparently there's a cycling path next to it, and I heard on the radio that because they did some changes to the taxiways and the runways and etc., the vicinity of the cycling path to the runway is now so close by that they installed traffic lights so that when cyclists are on the cycling path and there's an airplane on short final, that the traffic light will hold the Cyclists, because they are afraid of jet wash when a big airplane would be passing a bit low, and they are afraid that cyclists might get blown away. How about that? You would think that when you do some renovating that you would take all those things into consideration without having to resort to putting traffic lights on the cycling path. Heard it, thought it was extremely comical. In the meantime, we saw an E2 Embraer 195 just touch down, arriving from Berlin. Next up is going to be another A320. Let's see, that is from BH Air. It looks like it is an all-white airplane. Flight 423 arriving from Erbil. So that is in Iraq, I know that for a fact. Flight time 4 hours and 48 minutes. A320-200, 18 years old. First flight May 2005. Hey Tom, goedemorgen. Photo for you. Paul Pixel, good morning. Remco, goedemorgen. Hope everybody is doing well. After this, A320. Hey Wendy, goedemorgen. Almost missed that you were also there. Good morning, goedemorgen. Alles goed? We're going to see another 777 after this airplane. You guys saw it in the background already just now, when this plane was still in the sky, floating towards the runway. A wedding dress livery. I'm not sure who coined the term, but I like it. It stuck with me. Norbert, goedemorgen, good morning. Und wie ist das Wetter in Berlin heute? Auch Sonnenschein? Now, we don't have too much time because heavies are on the arrival, and first of which is this 777-300ER KLM flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. Flight time almost 11 hours. And this airplane 8 years old. First flight March 2015. Is that a joke or is that true? Me myself? BH Air, Bulgarian Holidays Air. It does make sense in a way. Hey Peter, good morning. I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Hope you're doing well too. Now folks, over here, the next heavy. It is KLM flight 644, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner, arriving from New York JFK. Flight time of this airplane 6 hours 32 minutes. The airplane's age 3 years. First flight was in December 2019, and it wasn't a joke. So BH Air, Bulgarian Holidays. All right, good to know. Hey Matteo, good morning. Matteo Piras. Sai di Italia. Another airplane in the background, flying towards the glide slope. You can see it. And in the top left, another airplane already on the glide slope. Visibility, as you guys can see, excellent. Combine that with humidity in the upper atmosphere so that you can see contrails, and there's always something to be seen right now. Hey, guten Morgen, mich Intoleranz. Wie geht's? Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Hey, Roleans, is that how you pronounce your first name? Checking in from Suriname. So, up late still, I guess. Goedemorgen. Good to see you. Hey Hans, goedemorgen. Now folks, the next airplane is going to be Croatia Airlines. Flight 450 arriving from Zagreb. Behind it is another E2 Embraer 195 from KLM arriving from Geneva. Hey Lakshmi, good day. Writing something in a language that I don't understand. I think that is in Indian? Or is it a different language? Welcome to the stream. Croatia Airlines flight 450 A320 arriving from Zagreb. This airplane underway now for 1 hour and 37 minutes. Airplane is 23 years old already. First began flying in April of the year 2000. And they have a football just below the cockpit windows. Don't know if that is standard or not. Just noticed it. Now folks, if you just tuned in to the show, welcome. My name is Boyd, you're watching AMS Live. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, currently the only runway in use for arrivals. The sun is out, it's shining unrestrictedly, no clouds of significance, no clouds at all, just a few contrail remnants. There is humidity in the upper atmospheres, so you can see airplanes that are flying a bit higher. Visibility is good. Wind is blowing from the southeast, so there's a little bit of crosswind from the left, which is why you can see that the airplanes are leaning a bit to the left instead of to the right like yesterday, and which is what you typically would see. Most of the time, wind in the Netherlands is blowing from the west or southwest. This time around, we're getting warm continental air blown into the country. Temperatures are set to increase to 28 degrees. And tomorrow over 30 degrees Celsius. And if you're used to Fahrenheit, that means that today we're going to see highs in the 80s and tomorrow around 90 or just over 90. In the water, there are a few birds, but they are only really far out, so not a lot of detail that I can show you guys from over here. Behind me, the other side of the canal, it is empty. I don't see any birds right now. But we know from experience that birds, the ducks particularly, are not early risers, so I am expecting more bird activity in the water as the morning progresses. This is Lufthansa arriving from Munich. Lovely Neo. Beautiful sunglasses look for the cockpit window. Hey! I spoke too soon. I was just informed by this coot that there's also activity on this side in the water. Let me quickly go back to autofocus so you get it clearly in view. Now the duck is on, the coot is on its own by the looks of it. I don't see any companions in the vicinity, so who knows, we might see that later. Next airplane to arrive, A320neo EasyJet, arriving from London Gatwick. Short flight, it doesn't say how long the airplane has been flying, but it typically is between 35 and 40 minutes or so. Still checking a little around to see if maybe I can see some firefighters or anything. Unfortunately, I cannot. However, we can see airplanes. Pipeline is visually visible. You can tell well in advance the airplanes that are coming this way. In the foreground, KLM flight 1002. Another 737 arriving from London Heathrow. 40 minutes of flight time for this one. 23 years old, this airplane. First flight August 1999. Ooh, and Misha has to rise early, flying to Antalya tomorrow morning, 5:15 a.m. already. Wow. Next up, KLM flight 749, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. 9 hours 10 minutes of flight time, 7 years old airplane. First flight October 2015. It's a little distracted. I thought I heard fire trucks behind me, but looking back, there weren't, and then I lost track of the airplane. I'm checking but I don't see the fire trucks. I'm sure they're there if you guys say so, but I have a hard time finding them. Have they gone into the direction of the main platform area? Lufthansa 747 YVR to Frankfurt. I think I do have a quad engine in sight. Let's see, it should be over there somewhere. That should be it. Now it is flying near where the sun is in the sky over here, so I think it is a bit difficult to see even if you are watching this on a bigger screen. In that respect, airplanes flying from Frankfurt to the United States, once they have passed and are flying to the west of me, I think are visible the best with the most contrast. And it seems that they have reopened 18 Center. I think I see an ITA Airways on flight radar that is flying there, and I also see that visually. And Marissa was already informing it. Time to update the ticker. Runway usage 18C. Does that mean that they still run 2 runways for departures or just 1? Still 2 at the moment. Okay. Let me, while I am behind the laptop, also update the ticker with the latest weather update. See that the temperature has increased to 23 degrees Celsius right now. There we go. Alright, 737-700 arriving from Paris-Charles de Gaulle. Looks like they might be doing a runway inspection or something, because it looks like the traffic is now all being redirected to the center runway. Most likely only a temporary thing. Also checking left and right to see if I can see yellow pickup trucks already, but I haven't seen them since that photo bomb moment earlier in the morning. And which airplane can I zoom in at, Misha? And good morning, Guy. Checking in from Luxembourg. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well. Now, let's see. I think I already see the first airplane going to the Polderbaan already. 737-800 arriving from Edinburgh. So it was just a temporary thing. There's an E2 Embraer behind this regular Embraer. And yes, running games, that is true. I have a long microphone, and when I zoom out fully you can see that. Well spotted. Hey, congratulations Rick. Thank you so much for your ongoing support, my friend. 3 months already. Time passes by so quickly. And here's the E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Copenhagen. Now, the next airplane for the Polderbaan is already coming this way. KLM flight 1278, Boeing 737-800 arriving from Edinburgh. Flight time 59 minutes. Airplane age 22 years. First flight August 2000. Seems like there is a bit more of activity going on there. Looks like a grebe family. 2 little ones and a mama grebe. Hey, good morning Joao. Welcome to the show. Hope you're doing well. Looks like the next airplane to arrive is going to be the lipstick airplane, or salami, the flying salami. I must have missed that moment, John. The fish feeding moment. But they they sure gobbled them up, that's for sure. Now 2 runways in use for arrivals at the moment. And there it is. The sun is also starting to illuminate my camera screen, so it becomes a bit harder to see traffic further out. This is the lipstick livery Play A320neo arriving from Reykjavik. It is going to be followed by a Dreamliner 10 arriving from Las Vegas. There is still wind here, Dick. Absolutely. I just updated the meter with the latest weather, and it says that it is blowing with 11 knots right now from 140 degrees. Temperature has increased to 23 degrees Celsius. So it's also getting nice and warm. The breeze is nice and refreshing. Temperature luckily still manageable. Hey Frank, goedemorgen. Checking in from Limburg. Marissa coining a new term for the play airplane, tomato airplane. Maybe I should organize a poll. See which of the nicknames is most popular. Of course, I point my camera to a grebe and it dives under. But there it is again. Let's go to autofocus. Now, where is it going to reappear? Can be meters away. So maybe they were there all along, but they just constantly dove under each time I pointed my camera to their direction, into their direction. Hard to capture them on film, those grebes, but you guys saw it, they are here. Right, next up, A320neo play flight 460 arriving from Reykjavik. The airplane is underway for approximately 2.5 hours now. It doesn't say the time anymore on flight radar, but typically 2.5 hours or so. Brand new airplane, started flying in March of this year, so just a few more months old. And LL is flying the Dreamliner to Amsterdam today, going to the center runway. All arriving from Tel Aviv. And over here, KLM flight 636, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from Las Vegas, 9.5 hours almost of flight time. The airplane 2 years old, first flight December 2020. And good morning, Queenslander Alex. Good morning, Abdul Gugu. Renee, good morning. And Rick asks, did some pilots already leave you some messages about you streaming their flight? Do they recognize you already? No, unfortunately, thus far they haven't yet. But who knows, that might change at some point. Let's see, right now a few planes going to center. We have something coming over here. So this is flying from the east to the west. A little bit southeastish to northwestish, I would say. Still to the east of me. It's going to pass south of me, north of me. Hard to see a lot of detail on my 3-inch screen. I'm guessing it is a narrow body. Looks like it is rather small. Oh wait, now I do get to see some more of the airplane itself. Looks small. Looking at the angle of the wings, I am inclined to say it is an Airbus. But it might also be an Embraer. Wings relatively short. Could also be an Embraer. And I could also be completely wrong. Let's have a look what you guys are saying. A321, United Boeing 767. Okay, interesting. An undecided vote still. Boeing 767, okay. That's what most people are saying. Okay. We're looking at an Embraer 190. This is probably the KLM flight arriving from Bremen. Flight 1754. Yeah, the other one just passed me by. Short flight, 32 minutes. 7-year-old Embraer. First flight December 2015. Ah! Queenslander Alex on board a Delta flight to Amsterdam. What's your expected time of arrival? Hey, Adebos Kasil, checking in from Indonesia again. Good to see you, mate. Good evening. How's life over there? Probably don't have to ask if it is warm over there. Probably year round, nice and comfy temperatures, if not too warm. Okay, so it was the 767 from Munich to Newark. Boudewijn is informing us, and Guy also. Ah, estimated arrival 11:15, so that is in 20 minutes from now. Excellent. Well, we'll be welcoming you, mate. Are you on the right-hand side next to a window? Oh wait, no, this is the Embraer 190 from arriving from Bremen. I was looking at the wrong airplane, because otherwise this would have been an ITA Airways, and that clearly isn't an ITA Airways. Now, Alan, the 777 I think has already passed. There's already a contrail behind me. Let's see. There it is. I think this is already the 777 that just flew over. Flight radar has a little bit of a delay, so you have to be really in time to say so, or well, I'm not sure, because there is also another contrail going this way. Can I show you guys? It's a bit hard to see. As it is very close to the sun, and I'm also seeing all sorts of reflections. Let's see if I can pick that up later, as it is further away from the sun. Right, ITA Airways, arriving from Rome, A320neo. Yeah, and Queenslander Alex, that's not going to change. It's either parallel arrivals or just the single runway where I'm standing next to, which means that regardless of single or dual runway in use for arrivals, you are going to land on this runway. The center runway is typically only used for air traffic arriving from the other side, from the east. So I'm not too concerned about missing you, or we'll be seeing your flight up close. That's for sure. That's, well, nothing is for sure with Schiphol, but it's near certain. Is this the 777 then? Again, I'm not able to see your messages right now. It does look like it might be a triple. Interestingly, according to the METAR, the wind is not increasing, but subjectively I would say that the wind has increased a little bit. Right. Next airplane to land on the Polderbaan, Iberia Express. Hey Veerlung, goedemorgen. Dit is wat beter vakantieweer, zou ik zeggen, hè? Instead of the storm we had yesterday, the day before yesterday. Let's see. Our next airplane is going to be a TUI Dreamliner, flight 225, Boeing 787-8, arriving from Cancun in Mexico. Flight time of this airplane 9 hours 23 minutes, and it is 9 years old. First flight was in May 2014. Hey, and I'm hearing some bangs behind me, so I guess the bird controllers have woken up as well. Just checking to see. Oh, they're at the exact other side of the the runway, the extreme south side, at the very end. Hey Jeroen, Boudewijn, goedemorgen, good morning folks. All other viewers who have in the meantime joined us, good morning. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy and we are standing next to the Polderbaan, Currently one of the 2 runways in use for arrivals. The sun is out, visibility is good. Wind is picking up, it is blowing, and it feels like it has turned a bit from the southeast more to the south. But looking at the nose of the airplane, there's still a crosswind from the left this time around, but nothing too serious. Oh dear, you guys saw the birds. They are eerily close. Now where is that yellow pickup truck? It was further up north. Oh, there it is. It needs to be coming this way. Now interestingly, also a nice contrail is coming this way. So this is to the south of me, coming from the southeast, flying to the northwest. However, I'm not going to stay long on this contrail because there's also a Dreamliner about to touch down on the Polderbaan and I don't want to miss it. This is KLM flight 668, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Austin, Texas, having left there 8 hours 48 minutes ago, about to touch down in a few seconds. This airplane, 7 years old, first flight April 2016. En definitely beter weer ook voor mij. Still have enough sunscreen at home, so you do need to put on enough sunscreen before going out. But this is better than dreary, rainy, grey weather. Queenslander Alex arriving from Minneapolis on a Delta flight will be arriving in 52 minutes. That is great. And me myself absolutely instruct the captain to do a nice wheelie on the 330. If there's ever an airplane that you can do that relatively easily with, it seems to be the A330. Also, if you aren't on a window on the right hand side of the airplane, see if you can arrange that you are at the time of landing. You'll be able to see that one nut who is standing out in the sun with a lot of stuff around him and a big ass camera and a big ass microphone pointing to you. Hey Jasegi, good afternoon, checking in from Kenya again. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. And Guy says that what I was showing you right now was the Lufthansa flying from Frankfurt to Austin. Interesting. We just accepted the landing of an airplane arriving from Austin. And the Germans have just sent one over there. Quick sip of water. Queenslander Alex now just flying over Liverpool. Do say hi to them. Next up, EasyJet A320neo arriving from Geneva. Behind it will be a 737-800 from Transavia arriving from Barcelona. Yes, Ton, you're right. I am standing all alone over here. There was a guy on a bench just behind me earlier. I think he's gone. A pair of cyclists just passed me by. An older pair wearing nice summer hats. Well dressed for the occasion. And yeah, I'm turning around now. I'm not completely alone, but I am mostly alone. So there is some movement over here. There's somebody over there. Earlier somebody was sitting on the bench over here, but that person seems to have gone. And the two cyclists with their hats are still cycling up north. That is it for the time being. You're always welcome, Veerle. If you don't have anything better to do, but I'm sure you will have. Next up, Transavia flight 5132, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Barcelona. Doesn't say the flight time anymore, but it's probably around 2 hours. The airplane is 12 years old, first flight July 2010. Heb je die man op zijn brommer met hond en pilotenbril achter op de brommer al gezien? A guy on a moped with a dog who wears pilot glasses. I'm sure that if I would have seen it, I would have remembered. So I think I haven't seen it still. But that sounds like a good chap to be seeing. Wow, interesting. Is that a regular visitor of Schiphol? I mean, I'm quite a frequent visitor, I would consider myself to be, but I haven't seen anyone fitting that description yet. I think we have the first duck of the day. Let me switch to autofocus so that the duck gets sharp in focus. Now, is that mama duck and are there ducklings nearby, or is this just... Don't see any other movement in the vicinity. Okay, bromt vaak langs, often passing by. Well, I'll keep an eye out whenever I'll be hearing a moped passing by or approaching from now on. Hey there, Bobby, good morning, checking in from Florida. So that is 6 hours earlier. So are you up early or are you pulling an all-nighter? And there are the little ducklings. So yeah, 11 a.m. Apparently when you're a duck, you're allowed to get to sleep in until then. And Bobby is up early. Out of your own volition, or do you have obligations you need to attend to? Also, many people have trouble sleeping and wake up early, cannot fall back asleep, which to me would be close to hell. Hopefully that's not the case for you, Bobby. Although the upshot is you do get to use your day productively, or at least in theory. Embraer 175 arriving from Manchester. No reversers, no slots opened, no nothing. The brakes do need a little WD-40. Hey! You guys heard that as well. And let me show you the culprit. VW moving in. Bird controller finally has arrived to do some scarecrowing. And there they go. So the flock of birds has been chased away. And like a cowboy on its horse, the airplane, the bird controller accelerating, chasing them away. That's right, get the F out, you filthy animal. Alright, 737-800 arriving from Brussels. Here come the sprouts. Fresh from Brussels, delivered by airplane. I wasn't about to say anything, but Jean-Yves already did. Yeah, the French, they like a good riot, don't they? Striking and rioting. National hobbies. It seems like deeply ingrained in their culture. Exactly, Rick. Wasn't that from Home Alone? Keep the change, you filthy animal. Wasn't that that the guy also recorded? He played a recording from TV or something. Was from a movie or something. Well, at least the ducks aren't chased away. They don't get scared that easily. Next up, Delta Airlines Flight 74 A359 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. 8 hours and 12 minutes of flight time. First flight September 2018, and that makes this airplane 4 years old. Alright. Now, I was busy following the airplane, but I of course saw how MidKS was so generous to gift 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that. That is a very generous offering, and thank you so much for that. Also, a warm welcome to all people who were gifted a membership to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Veerle asks, what is your favorite aircraft? Well, one of them just landed. I have to say, the A350, both in terms of the engine sound and the aesthetics. One of my favorites of the modern airplane types. And another one is the A220, which basically is a Bombardier. And you can see the BizJet heritage back in the design of that airplane. Looks very sleek. Also the engines, lovely sound. All-time favorite when it is concerning aircraft in general. I would say the 747-400, obviously unparalleled, unmatched, in a league of our own. And if you are including military fighters and aircraft, then I would say that the F-14 Tomcat would be one of my favorite fighters. As an 80s kid, growing up with Top Gun, obviously. Big love for the beautiful F-14 Tomcat. And larger in what way? Rick. Niet eens een Embraer. Well, I do like the E2 195 and the way the large engine size. And look at that, another really competition competitor. I think the Embraers are okay, but we see them so abundantly. I guess then it's no longer special or something. Sorry about that. Just giving my honest opinion. We're getting another heavy in a few seconds and arriving from Bonaire. So from one sunny place and windy place to the next, passengers on board will feel back at home once they leave the plane. Or at least they will feel like they are still on holiday when it comes to the weather. KLM flight 765, a countdown flight number, Airbus A330-200, arriving from Bonaire. Flight time 8 hours 58 minutes. Airplane age 17 years. First flight of this airplane was in July 2005. Alright, so the bar was set earlier and it looks like it's getting a bit of no. I was about to say it looks like it's going to get raised, but that nozzle came down rather quickly after all. Birds still near the runway. Seem not being impressed by K1. Well, yeah, it is a bit of unimposing vehicle, the VW. I think if the one of the Ford Rangers would have passed by, it would have been more threatening for the birds. Also, let me go back to manual focus to infinity. So K1 still over there doing a bit of off-roading, it seems. Cement truck on the highway. The highway you see in the background is the A9 highway. Camera now following traffic going in the vicinity of Amsterdam, or going to Amsterdam and Amstelveen. And if you follow the traffic that way, you're going to go to Alkmaar to the north. Next up, Embraer 190 arriving from London City, KLM flight 986, flight time 42 minutes. The airplane 14 years old, first flight November 2008. We do get to see another butt shot. Being lined up with the first exit over here. Get a nice visual inspection of the rear end of the airplanes vacating via that exit. I'm not seeing any traffic going to center anymore. I think we might be seeing all traffic again. Next up, another Embraer 190 arriving from Bristol. KLM flight 1050. Hey there, George. Goedemorgen. Queenslander Alex spoke with the pilot. So we have to keep an eye out for the A330 arriving from Minneapolis from Delta. That is landing in 32 minutes. We're expecting a record wheelie. Good job, mate, good job. Have you also secured a seat on the right hand side next to a window? Didn't they once? I think I saw once that they also communicated with what viewers on board by asking them to turn on the light of their phone and keep it in front of the window so that we would be able to see it. I think I saw that on LA flights. That would also be an option. If you are sitting next to the window, turn on the light of your phone, keep it in front of the window, and we might be able to pick you up when the airplane touches down. And Geo _YT says sounds a bit windy. It is a bit windy. If you look in the water, there are ripples. We have 11 knots of wind right now, blowing mostly from the south, I would say, a bit from the southeast. Boeing 737-800 arriving from Birmingham. KLM flight was also looking, yeah, birds in the foreground. It's one of those days that the birds will not be chased away. Seems to be one of those days that the birds don't get chased away by the firework displays. All right. Alex also has secured a seat on the right hand side. That is excellent. In that case, I would kindly ask you to turn on the light of your phone, keep it in front of the window, and we might be able to see it. At least on replay perhaps, or maybe my audience will be able to see it on their bigger screens. Of course, I will only be watching the arrival on a 3-inch video screen on my camera, being outdoors with a lot of reflections and light. KLM flight 122, flight 696, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arrival from Toronto, Canada. After 6 hours and 43 minutes of flying, we'll be touching down in a few moments. The airplane, 7 years old. First flight was in June 2016. I do get the impression that the wind is picking up a little bit. I was about to show you also the smoke from the chimneys in the Westport area, but first this. So you can see the crosswind is a bit from the left. Airplane, instead of pointing towards us, pointing a little bit away from us when floating to the runway. Now, birds are still everywhere. Thought I saw one very close by, but that was probably just an optical illusion. Looked like it was flying very close to the airplane itself. Definitely not a wind still day, but you guys already picked up on that. Now there's also an entrance to the runway area on the almost exact other side of the runway. Also a gate over there, little roundabout. So sometimes people are also spotting from that point of view, and at the moment there are a few. I'm hoping that the police will not come and give them a fine for parking there. I think it is not allowed to stand still on that road, along that road, anywhere. Hey Yorkshire, good morning mate. Good to see you again. So I did see your reply yesterday, and also yesterday evening undertook another effort to get in touch with YouTube support, which, well, I'm happy that it was via chat. Happy and dissatisfied, because I do think that they only have chatbots. It didn't seem like I was interacting with a true human, nor let alone a native English speaker. But it turns out that on, at least from what I got back after they checked, apparently on their end nothing is wrong in the configuration. So they suggested that I contacted Spreadshirt to inquire if maybe it was something in their settings, or maybe if the UK has become a country that isn't eligible to show products in the store from. Still have to reach out to them. We'll be doing that hopefully today, and otherwise maybe over the weekend. See if maybe I can figure something out why my store is not visible for viewers in the UK. From what I got back, at least, the problem isn't in YouTube, in the back end of YouTube. If that is true, that's what they are saying. So again, an Embraer not... Oh, hey! I was about to say, not opening the slot, but they did open it eventually. Right, no contrails visible right now. Oh wait, yeah, just one, but that is far out. Yeah, really far. Well, it is getting a little bit closer by, but still far out. Don't think that is very interesting for you guys to watch. In the meantime, some EasyJet traffic going to center. And the next airplane on Polderbaan, an Embraer 175 arrival from Lyon, KLM flight 1414. Flight time is no longer specified on flight radar. It does say that the airplane is 7 years old and had its first flight in March 2016. And we'll do Yorkshire if I need any more help or anything. Thanks for letting me know. as I was already saying, it is an all or nothing option, so I can only turn on the shop or turn off the shop and enable the link with YouTube or disable it. Not much settings that I can change on my end, so if something is incorrect, it has to be on the back end of either the provider of the store or YouTube. Well, YouTube apparently says on their end everything seems to be okay, so one more stop to go, and otherwise apparently Brexit has done more harm than you would originally think. Then, if that is, I also asked, could it be related to Brexit, but the chatbot or whatever it was didn't answer. Real stupid that you aren't able to call a number, just get a real flesh and blood person on the phone. If you have any questions about YouTube as a content creator, you have to go through chat or email. I'm seriously doubting if the people I chatted with are actually people. If they are, well, let's not let's not go into that. You get a different sense interacting with those people than you would with real people. Let's just keep it at that. Alright, Melissa informing us that the KLM Embraer in SkyTeam livery is third for arrival. And Renee was so kind to donate a nice super chat and saying, boy, your English is perfect. Hope you don't mind me asking, did you learn to speak it at a young age? Well, thank you so much for your super chat, Renee. And of course you may ask to do that. Over here in the Netherlands we all learn English at a young age. We do get it in elementary school. And I think we started back, at least when I was young. Don't know how it is these days. I mean, I'm turning 41 next month, so it's been a while since I have been in school. But at least in my youth, we started learning English in the last 3 grades of elementary school. Also a mandatory course during high school. So in my case, that meant 6 more years of English. Then when I went to university, twice. I have two master degrees, but the first one was also a lot of the courses were partly in English. I think that has even gotten, well, worse, if you can call it that. The prevalence of English tuition has increased in the Netherlands over the last decade, with many more expat students studying in the Netherlands right now. Definitely more than in my time, but back then it was also already quite prevalent to get courses in English, all the books of course being in English. So yeah, most people over here my age or younger get to learn English from a very, very, very young age already. Now also growing up with Al Bundy, The Simpsons, South Park, you name it. You get exposed to the language so frequently, at least to me, it becomes almost second nature. Although you can definitely hear I'm not a native speaker. I do believe that insofar as for an acquired language, I'm reasonably up there where in terms of the language control, but I still stumble. But I also do that when I'm speaking in Dutch, so don't mistake that for... That is just a personality trait. Right, so let's see. Next up, Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow. KLM flight 1472. Embraer 190 underway, 1 hour and 8 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old, first flight January 2007. And when are we going to see the A330 arriving from Minneapolis? Alex, where are you flying right now? Probably over the North Sea. Oh. Multitasking. And man, trying to check to zoom in and out on flight radar on my phone, which is mounted on my camera, and then of course lose sight of the airplane I'm following. So this is the non-German, the licensee for chocolatory German Airways Embraer 190. We're also awaiting the daily flight of Emirates, the A380 arriving from Dubai. I think it is expected around 1 p.m. Thought it was flying on schedule, relatively speaking. It is the Journey to the Future livery. I already saw that this morning before going out. Now, generally speaking, when these two runways are in use, they typically open up runway center just before the A380 actually touches down. So I'm not having high hopes for today that we're going to see it up close, but you never know. We did get to see it earlier in the week. Not sure exactly when it was, but we did get to see it one time up close. So fingers crossed that we might see that happen again today. Right, and the Delta from Minneapolis, ETA 18 minutes. Alright, now the next airplane to arrive is going to be Air Transat A321neo, the transatlantic narrow body arriving from Montreal, I think the French call the city, or French speaking people I should say. Yeah, I do see two airplanes. Oh yeah, I was about to say I do have them visually, but the sun is turning and it is now shining directly on my camera screen. Maybe, no, that's also not an option. I was about to say maybe if I turn it around and back close to the side, maybe, but my camera is also too low. Alright, A380 entering Slovakian airspace, estimated arrival 1:05 p.m. Excellent. I'm going to stick around until then, weather permitting, but the weather will permit me to do so. Not a cloud in the sky. The contrails that are there are also getting shorter, so it seems that also the relative humidity in the upper atmosphere is lowering. Okay, Alex is in the middle of the plane by the wing. Fantastic. I will keep the camera fully zoomed in then on the windows over the window, over the wing. See if I am going to be able to spot a little light or a hand waving or something, a sign. And Jean-Yves confirming that the pronunciation of Montreal was correct. Merci beaucoup. Okay, well, everybody in the chat will also be looking out for you, Alex. Would be a nice back and forth. Try to film the landing. Would be nice if I can film you and you can film me. Definitely do that. That would be awesome. Spying on each other. Right, 2 airplanes coming next. In the foreground, an Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle. In the background, another E2 Embraer 195 arriving from, I think it is Aberdeen. Let's see, German Airways flying for KLM. Flight 954, Embraer 190 arriving from Newcastle. 56 minutes of flight time. And it seems like German Airways purchased their Embraer 190s all in one batch, because it seems all of them are 15 years old and had their first flight in January of the year 2008. So, bit boring. Don't have to look up the age. German Airways Embraer 190s, all 15 years old, first flight January 2008. German Lyciffer as well. They do need some WD-40 for the brakes. Yes, Aaron, indeed. I was thinking the same when I first saw that it was a narrow body crossing the Atlantic. 6 hours and 45 minutes in an A320, oof. Particularly if the seating configuration is similar to that of shorter flights, which I'm hoping for the passengers it isn't. And I hope they do have a little bit more legroom on board, but here we have the E2 Embraer 195. Probably the airplane with the smallest ratio airplane fuselage diameter divided by engine diameter, engine casing diameter, or vice versa. Hey there, Gillian, good morning. Watching with your parents, Linda and Ken. Well, Linda and Ken, good morning to you too. Welcome to the show. Hope everybody is enjoying. Hey, that is interesting. Can I show you? Where is it? Probably. Damn it. Oh, there it is. Is it still visible? Contrail. Turning around the corner. An arched contrail. Always nice to see when they are shifting lanes, taking a turn, and the contrail also gets an angle. Anyway, 777-300 ER arriving from Willemstad, Curaçao. Flight time, it doesn't say any longer, unfortunately. The airplane, 7 years old, first flight February 2016. How will it fare in the wheelie competition? so long. Not sure which one we saw was the longest. I'm not sure. This one is definitely up there. Okay, Alex will be having his phone torch on, so we have to look for a window next to the wing or in the vicinity of the wing. And a little light source. Okay, interesting. I'm also seeing a truck driving up the dead end road leading to the roundabout where the other entrance to the runway area is. Probably needs to turn and we'll be using the roundabout for it. Or took a wrong turn. But you typically don't see trucks with their cargo coming so close by. 777 flying out to, indeed, Marissa was already saying it. I was just about to point the camera towards it. Let's see, there it is. Going back to China. Right, let's see. Think I see the Delta Airlines A330 in the vicinity of Alkmaar, just below. Now flying to the glide slope or the localizer. Will be number 4 for arrival. Looking forward to seeing you in a few minutes then, Alex. I think we'll all be looking out for you and the light source. KLM flight 1486, Embraer 175, arrival from Humberside will be the first airplane to arrive. Embraer 175, underway for 39 minutes. The airplane 6 years old, first flight September 2016. Talking about the trucks in peculiar places, there's also one on the cycling path over here. Now there no longer is a container where dung was being put in. That was something that we could see last week. So I'm not exactly sure what the truck is doing here. If it took a wrong turn and overshot the roundabout, or if it needs to be here on purpose. So Transavia 737 After that we are going to see an Embraer 190 from KLM arriving from Dublin. And I'm starting to see the A330 on my little post stamp of flight radar. Split screen. Half of it is flight radar, the other half is the live chat. We also have some bigger birds over here. Wildlife flourishes. So, the Embraer 190 arriving from Dublin, and behind it, the A330 arriving from Minneapolis. Now, if you just tuned in, this A330 contains one of our viewers, Queenslander Alex, who will be sitting next to the window on the right hand side of the airplane, in the vicinity, just over the wing. He will be putting on the torch of his phone. So let's have a look and see if we can spot him. Look for a flashlight. So I'm going to try to keep the focus zoomed in and on the windows above the wing, the area around the wing, as much as possible. So here it is, Delta Airlines Flight 162, Airbus A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis. 7 hours and 41 minutes of flight time. This airplane is 17 years old. First flight of this airplane was in July 2005. Queenslander Alex about to touch down. Here we go. The moment over before you know it. Well, I couldn't see anything. I'm not sure if anybody did, but that was awesome. Sander didn't see anything. Did anybody else see anything? How awesome would that be? Well, welcome to Amsterdam, Alex. Glad to see that you landed safely. Well, the next airplane is still far out. We can also see the airplane leave the runway. You're still in for a 15-minute taxi, my friend. This is the furthest removed runway from the main platform area. You're going to make a left-hand turn in a minute and we'll be seeing the ATC control tower of the Polderbaan up close. Fire station next to it. You'll be taxiing along this route. The airplane in front of you guys. You'll be seeing Dutch polder landscape. Oh, the torch turned off. So, unfortunately, nobody has seen the light. That's not going to end well for us then, I guess. A sign of the gods. Well, you had one job. Yeah, well, indeed, you should have asked for a touch and go. Well, still, it was fun. Maybe looking back, zooming in, we can still see something. Right now, there is an Embraer 190 landing. Flight 1060, arriving from Cardiff. Another Delta from Minneapolis underway. Interesting that there is so much traffic between Amsterdam and Minneapolis. I wonder why that is. Alright, well, next up, a KLM 737-800 arriving from London Heathrow. KLM flight 1008. Flight time 39 minutes. Airplane age 4 years. First flight March 2019. Just a quick side mission. So on this side I can see the contrails very easily. You can also see with the sun on the other side, much better contrast. So again, if an A380 or something from Frankfurt to the United States is going to pass, it's probably going to pass around here. Let me know. I will see if I can show you guys. Okay, 2 airplanes visible in the distance. Now let me try to readjust my phone a little bit because the sun is shining really brightly on it and makes it a bit hard to see everything. Right, different angle. There we go, that's much better. Okay, in the foreground we have a TUI flight operated by SmartLynx, arriving from Brussels. Short flight, 27 minutes of flight time, A320-200, 20 years old. First flight October 2002. And we already saw another Delta arriving from Minneapolis. Behind it another A330, flight 164. Interesting that we are seeing 2 A330s from Delta arriving from Minneapolis within a time span of 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Okay, so they have put on the TUI logo. Hey there Amy, good morning. Good to see you again. Having a great day here. The sun is out, lovely weather. Temperatures approaching the mid-20s Celsius, so 70-ish, 80-ish, no, approaching 80-ish Fahrenheit. Nice little breeze along. I want to say Air B, but that would not go that well. Let's see. So yeah, another Delta flight A330, again arriving from Minneapolis. Not sure if this is a regular flight or a delayed flight or anything. This airplane is 15 years old, first flight October 2007. So all you folks tuning in from the Midwest or from the West Coast in the United States and are night owling, I hope you guys did not have the volume up too high, because your neighbors will probably have been awoken by this noise. Okay, and this is a regular flight, actually 35 minutes ahead of schedule. Interesting, interesting. Well. Okay, Queenslander Alex just got to the gate. Welcome to the Netherlands, my friend. Hope you are enjoying. Hope you will be enjoying your stay. Right, next up, Embraer 190. KLM flight 988 arriving from London City. 13-year-old Embraer, first flight September 2009. The airplane is underway now for 36 minutes. Dawa asks, until when will you be live? I'm waiting for the Emirates A380. That is going to be the last airplane of the day. So probably still an hour or so. Earlier it was said it is expected around 1:05 p.m. So that is in an hour from now. Okay, bump shot coming in. Now, spoilers were already lowered. Flaps will retract in a moment. But are we going to see it from behind, or? Guess not. Right, another Embraer 190 arriving from Leeds, and after that another 777-300ER by the looks of it, arriving from Panama City. So in the foreground we have KLM flight 1542. Arriving from Leeds, where it left 49 minutes ago. The airplane 13 years old, first flight January 2010. there we go. KLM flight 758. It is a Boeing 777-300ER arriving from Panama City after 9 hours and 47 minutes of flying. This airplane, 10 years old, first flight May 2013. After it has landed, let me see if I can update the ticker with both the latest weather and runway usage. Right, let's see. Oh, I also see that there is a 747 now flying just off the west coast of Ireland, coming this way, arriving from Miami, expected in 1 hour and 15 minutes. Okay. So maybe that is going to be the last plane of the day then. Atlas Air arriving from Miami. Right, let's see. Runway usage, departures 2 runways, arrivals just the 1. Temperatures have increased to 24 degrees Celsius in the meantime. Okay, well, best of luck in Eindhoven photo for you. Looking forward to seeing you during one of the next streams. The KLM pilots do seem that they don't want to bother anymore today. Absolutely. Let's see, 2 more airplanes arriving. In the foreground, an A320 from Air Arabia arriving from Nador in Morocco. That is underway now for 2 hours and 35 minutes. The airplane, 9 years old, first flight June 2014. And behind it is another A330 from Delta, flight 136, arriving from Detroit, which is underway now for 7 hours and 23 minutes. And that airplane is 19 years old, first flight February 2004. Is there even a third one? Yeah, there is already a third one visible behind that. Oh, Suriname A340 lining up on runway 24. Hope they wait with departure until the A330 has landed. Makes for a smooth transition, or would make for a smooth transition. Alright, well, more activity going on over there. We saw a truck earlier, now we can also see 2 tractors. So it looks like they are going to do some ground feeding or something again. So the A330 is arriving, and I can already see behind me that the A340 from Suriname is departing. Now that A340 already behind the trees. Going to Paramaribo, flying over there. Glass fiber cables, more bandwidth. Now, oh yeah, there it is. I was just about to say. So this is an airplane that is flying from the east to the west, and I would think it is more from northeast to southwest. We'll be passing south of me, still east of me right now. Not exactly sure what it is. Well, obviously it is a twin jet, but other than that, on my camera screen I cannot see a lot of details. Now, as it is moving away from the sun, it should become more contrasty and we should be able to see more details. It's now as close by as it can get, still south of me. We'll be moving southwest of me. But then the downside is that it's going to be only further removed and less detail will become visible. Possibly Ryanair 737 from Kaunas to Stansted. Okay. A340 barely levitating as usual. Yeah, it is underpowered, isn't it? It will reach cruising altitude once it has crossed the ocean. Well, speaking about London Luton, this EasyJet is originating from it. A319, 12-year-old airplane, first flight January 2011. Photo bomb from the left. That was an LVNL, or Air Traffic Control Netherlands, yellow van. Now interestingly, this airplane applied reverse thrust. And I think I'm going to see a quad. I'm going to show you guys a quad engine. Not sure what it is. It is flying from the southeast to the northwest, so probably a heavy from Frankfurt or something, or maybe a further removed, a more distant destination or origin. I should say. It is going to pass me south of me. It is now, I think, closest by. Passing south of me. I think it is already a bit to the southwest of me, but it is going to the northwest. Let me turn around the camera screen a little bit. The angle of the wing looks to be swept backward more than for an Airbus. So is this a 747? Let's find out. You guys have probably already mentioned it in the chat, but I of course cannot see that when... Okay, A340 from Frankfurt to New York JFK. Awesome. So yeah, apparently airplanes to the United States that take off from Frankfurt are already on cruising altitude and are coming close. Are flying over close by. Now, let's see. Oh, that's going in the other direction. I was about to say I see a heavy, a triple to Doha. I think that might be it. That just took off from 18 left. Now we are going to see more heavies. The next heavy will be a 777-200 arriving from Lima. It will be preceded by a Boeing 737-700 from KLM arriving from Milan. I see the lights in the distance, so let me see if I can show you guys. Should be over there. Oh, and you can already see the triple behind it. Great. In the foreground, KLM flight 1620, Boeing 737-700 arriving from Milan after having left there an hour and 19 minutes ago. This airplane is 14 years old, first flight March 2009. Oh, Suparna 747 just took off. That is going to turn around this way. So at least until the 777 is really close by, let me show you guys that a little bit. It is going to come this way. Thanks for letting me know. Perfect timing. So now in the vicinity of New Vennep, between New Vennep and Hoofddorp, turning around, coming back this way. We're now watching the departure of Suparna Airlines flight 87462, Boeing 747-400 freighter, 31 years old, first flight August 1991. Oh. Careful with the cables. Have to untangle the wires after the arrival. Oh no, I cannot keep following it, otherwise I will have done more than a 360 and the cables will get too tangled. Oh dear. Also positioned incorrectly behind the camera. There we go. So this was KLM flight 744 777-200 ER, arrival from Lima after having flown 11 hours and 49 minutes. 18-year-old airplane, September 2004, first flight. Mr. Cheesy, good morning. Nice name. Welcome to the show. Another 777 from arrival from Vancouver is also getting closer by. Also a contrail arriving from the west. Where is it? There it is. From the west to the east, still west of me, a bit north of me. Right, next up, Boeing 737 from Transavia arriving from Palma de Mallorca. The wind is definitely picking up. Hey Mario, good afternoon. Good to see you again, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Okay, now I'm going to turn around the camera, wind up the cables a little bit so I can continue following it. Finnair A350 to Helsinki, Moomin livery. So that's just a little sticker basically. Same route as the Suparna. Since there are no heavies immediately landing on Polderbaan, as far as I can tell. Double check, because I'm now turned with my back towards the runway. Okay. Triple from Vancouver is on final, so same as just now. I have to transition a little bit. Oh. That was a little bit of a truck passing by on the cycling path. Well, Hemi, this is not mighty MKL. This is Finnair. And I know that mighty MKL is flying for Transavia. Okay, so now the cables of my camera are properly aligned. It's just that I am now standing on the wrong side of the camera. So before the 777 from Vancouver touches down, I need to move. Let's do just that. Quickly walk around the camera. Everything properly oriented again. And there she is, KLM flight 682, arriving from Vancouver, Canada. This 777 is underway for 8 hours and 49 minutes already. 777-300 ER, 12 years old. First flight of this airplane was in January of the year 2011. Ah, okay, the 737 landing. Okay, yeah, well, big fleet of 737, so theoretically any 737 could be him. Unless we know with certainty that he is on a holiday and not having to work. In the meantime, another twin jet with a long contrail flying from east to west north of me, but I'm keeping the camera over here. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We are standing next to the Polderbaan runway 18 right, which is currently the only runway in use for arrivals. The arrivals are from the north. They are landing to the south. The prevailing wind is from the south-southeast. Handful of knots, not too much crosswind. As you can see, the sun is out, no cloud in the sky. There are a few contrails, but other than that, nothing. Speaking of contrails, let me see if my camera can tilt that much. Oh, that's too far. The reflections are hindering me. I'm also crouching. There is something flying almost directly over me, but I'm unable to properly show you guys, unfortunately. You have to imagine I'm standing out in a field where the sun is shining unobstructedly. That makes everything bright. Also, the sun is illuminating my little screen. The screen in itself is already not very bright. It is only 3 inches. Makes it difficult at some times to point the camera to the thing I want to show you. Here we have an A320 from Welling touching down. And Kuni is informing us that in 2 minutes A380 Dubai Glasgow will be passing over. I'm already looking in the direction where you would expect a contrail, namely somewhere here, unless it is already really up north. The quad engine contrail would be visible far in advance already. Right now I'm still not seeing anything. And there is another 737 from KLM that landed. The Suparna that we saw, the part just now was flying over and clearly visible for Wendy over in the north of the country. That's nice. More like Horn. Okay, so if that is where the A380 is flying, then it's probably this contrail that I'm seeing in the distance. Let's see, where is the contrail? And this is probably it. I think this is pointing the camera to Horn, but you have to imagine this is really far out. The airplane is very high already, so not much detail, if any, that you can see from over here. Now let's not waste too much time on that, because there is something that is visible quite well over here. Icelandair flight 500 arriving from Reykjavik. 2 hours 42 minutes of flight time. Boeing 767-300 ER, 23 years old. First flight of this airplane, February 2000. So the wind seems to be a bit on and off. A few airplanes earlier, camera was much more shaking a lot more. Now, a bit calmer. happy about that. Hey, and again we're seeing a truck, and it wants to do a round around the roundabout, but apparently this little car has parked over there. Now has to reverse and make room for the truck that just sounded his horn. Get the F out, you puny little Opel? Vauxhall? What is it? That's right. You make room for the big one. Talking about big ones, 777-200 arriving from Guayaquil. The next airplane to arrive on the Polderbaan, KLM flight 751, 777-200 ER. Flight time 11 hours and 3 minutes, so almost half a day underway already, ladies and gentlemen. The airplane is 18 years old. Its first flight began in November 2004. Opel Savira, that might well be Yorkshire. It did look like an Opel or Vauxhall from over here. And again, you guys can probably see that way better than I can. And I think you should also be able to see the Finnair, Wendy. It's probably flying the same departure route. Whenever, before the whole geopolitical situation in East Europe broke out and you would fly to East Asia, you would always fly over Groningen, over Denmark, the Baltic states, and then over the north of Russia over to Asia, at least if you were going to China or Korea or Japan. So you would also go towards Finland. Pretty sure it's going to be the same route that they are following. Alrighty, 2 more airplanes visible. In the foreground, an Embraer 190 arriving from Basel. KLM flight number, but it is a German Airways rental, I think. Or lease. Let's see. Hey, okay. I spoke too soon earlier. This airplane, January 2009, so a year younger. Hey, good morning, Mol. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Over here, I'm doing great. It is beautiful weather. The combination of a mild breeze and the sun and the ambient temperature makes it very comfy. Not too warm. Definitely not too cold. No issues with freezing hands, runny noses. Savor the moment. We'll see plenty more of that in a few months from now. Hey Ina, you were in the Lurkers Lounge for some time already. Well, good to see you again. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far, and I hope that you're doing well. Hey stranger, good morning. Good to see you again. And indeed, Gerrit, hopefully Zwanenburg won't be open for a while. But it has been closed now for a while, so I am not too optimistic about our chances. You never know for sure, of course. Anyway, China Southern Cargo 777 freighter arriving from Shanghai. This airplane, 14 years old, first flight March 2009. The flight time, it doesn't say any longer, but it's probably around 10 to 11 hours, if not longer. AWD Computer, goedemiddag. I'm doing really good, Ina, thank you for asking. Lovely weather over here, not a cloud in the sky. Not too warm yet, it is going to go to tropical temperatures later in the weekend. Tomorrow we're going to see highs above, in excess of 30 degrees Celsius, so 90 degrees Fahrenheit plus. Two airplanes visible in the foreground. EasyJet A319 arriving from Palma de Mallorca. This airplane flying now for 2 hours and 6 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in March 2009. Behind it is going to be a Norwegian 737-800 in the Baalsrud livery. So another grumpy man on the tail of the airplane. She's coming in from Oslo in a minute. First up, this EasyJet. Okay, spoilers lowered. Will we also see the flaps retract? We do get a nice butt shot over here, and the flaps seem to be retracting already. They're still pumping stuff over there. Seems they have parked one of the things that one of the trucks was towing. Now let's have a look at the grumpy man over at the Norwegian airplane. Let's see, next up, Transavia 737-800 arriving from Faro in Portugal. Looking around to see if I spot any contrails. There is something flying from north to south, really far out already. Also quite far south of me, something flying from east to west. Not really stuff that when you zoom into that it shows a lot of detail. Well, W, if there is a NATO plane almost above me, it is flying without leaving a contrail. Not seeing anything at the moment. Checking again. I don't see anything with contrails in my vicinity, at least. Pesky NATO planes fly too low, it seems like. Right, next up, Embraer 175 arriving from Darlington, KLM flight 1534. Flight time of this airplane 53 minutes at the moment. The airplane 6 years old, first flight January 2017. And if you compare the angle of the airplane with yesterday when the wind was blowing from the southwest, you can see that the airplane is now, it looks like it's going to pass by us instead of moving to us. And yesterday it was looking like they were going towards us. So you can definitely see that the wind has changed in direction. It is mostly from the south, so headwind mostly, but there is a bit of a crosswind component. And today it is from the left. Nothing too serious, we haven't seen any serious landing issues. In fact, we've seen quite a few nice wheelies instead. Although we did also see some yesterday. Alright, so where is the A380 hanging out at the moment? Let's check in. It has crossed Dutch airspace already. It is in the vicinity of Almelo. That is good news. That is good news. Today's Emirates A380 from Dubai will be in the Journey to the Future livery. So it is a special livery, although not as colorful as the destination Dubai, for instance. Now, over on the other side, we are also expecting a 747. Where is it? Don't see it just yet. Filter on inbound only. That will probably make it a bit easier. Alright, we'll be leaving UK mainland in a few minutes. So there's also an Atlas Air 747-400 arriving from Miami that is going to cross over the North Sea in a few moments. It's expected to arrive 1:15 if I'm not mistaken, so in half an hour, less than half an hour from now. Before that, we are going to see the daily Emirates A380 that is already in Dutch airspace. Right now, this runway is the only runway for arrivals. How long it's going to be that way, only time will tell. From previous experience, I'm not too optimistic, but I am happy to be proven wrong in this respect. And I'm hoping I will be. We also have some other heavies that are on the move and coming this way. It looks like the airplane in the background, in the top left quadrant of the screen, is a 777 arriving from Atlanta. Here in the foreground, an EasyJet A320 flight 23301 arriving from Edinburgh in Scotland. The airplane is underway for 1 hour and 3 minutes. It is 8 years old, first flight May 2015. Yeah, so I'm going to stick around until the Atlas 747 has landed. arriving from Miami. Even if 2 runways are in use, it is a very likely candidate to land on the Polderbaan over here. I'm looking to go out to the Kaagbaan tomorrow morning. First of all, because I have been going to the Polderbaan all week already. Second of all, it is weekend and it is easier to park. Plus, we'll also get to see departures if the wind direction doesn't change. And it is the beginning of the summer holiday over here for the first part of the country. So, a lot of outbound traffic also expected as of tomorrow. We'll do another AM stream like today, probably around the same time I will begin as I did today. Make sure I'm done with streaming before it gets really excruciatingly hot. We're now looking at a 777-300 ER from KLM, arriving from Atlanta. 7 hours and 49 minutes underway, the airplane 14 years old. And Aaron asks or says, guess it must be very hot already where you are standing now. Well, as it happens, the wind seems to be subsiding a little bit, so the subjective feeling is a bit warmer. It is of course a bit warmer in terms of the air temperature, but the breeze is keeping it doable, actually quite comfortable. It's not too warm and it definitely isn't cold, but it's definitely not hot. If there weren't any wind, it probably would have been too hot by now, but I think it is somewhere in the mid 20s Celsius right now, or 80s Fahrenheit approximately. And that in itself is still doable, particularly if you are appropriately dressed for the weather, which I think I am. The next airplane to arrive, Airbus A320 from EasyJet. I'm struggling a bit to see it on my camera display, although I do see something in the distance. Let's just zoom in. Ah, there you go. I was hoping that zooming in it would become more apparent. I have to hold my hand in front of the screen just to see it properly. A couple of narrow bodies are following. The first airplane is, as I was saying, an A320 from EasyJet. No, sorry, not EasyJet, British Airways. Operated by BA Euroflyer. Okay, so we have BA City Flyer, BA Euroflyer. A320, BA Flight 2826, arriving from London Gatwick. Flight time at the moment 41 minutes. The airplane's age 20 years. First flight was in November 2002. Following it is going to be an Embraer 190, which I'm trying to see if I can find it on my camera screen, but maybe you guys are seeing something. I certainly am not, so I'm keeping the focus on the A320. You can also see that there's a Delta A330 just crossing over to land a bit further to the north, looking to become number 3 on arrival for the Polderbaan. So 2 quads we're waiting for right now. The first one to arrive is going to be the daily Emirates A380 arriving from Dubai. Now in the chat it was said that it just got directions to 18 center, which is of course what we have seen so often before and what was to be expected. We're also waiting, and that is going to be the last airplane of today's stream, a Boeing 747-400 from Atlas Air arriving from Miami, Florida, which is now crossing the North Sea and is expected within half an hour from now. So this is KLM flight 1200, Embraer 190 arriving from Stavanger. Flight time 1 hour and 8 minutes at the moment. Airplane age 9 years. First flight was in December 2013. And a nice butt shot coming in. There we go. You can see departures from runway 24 still in progress, as has been the case the entire morning. Not a whole lot going on in terms of contrails. Little fly on the inside of my glasses. Right, next up Air France arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, flight 1640 A320, flight time 44 minutes. This airplane 12 years old, first flight August 2010. Now, where is that A380? Okay, it is still out, now flying north of Purmerend, so that doesn't interfere with the arriving A330 for the Polderbaan. For a moment I was afraid we were going to see parallel heavies, but that is still okay. I'm hearing a turboprop, but I'm not seeing anything. Definitely no contrails. Looking up with the sun behind me. Still nothing to see. Something is passing over with a turboprop, but I cannot pinpoint the source. So next up, Delta Airlines Flight 144. One of the many A330s that we have seen already. Another 300s inbound from Seattle. This airplane underway 9 hours and 23 minutes as of now. It is 15 years old, this airplane. First flight was in August 2007. Cessna Air Taxi Europe. How high was it flying? Couldn't have been too high. In the meantime, runway center has been reopened, I should say. Ah, 19,000 feet, 20,000 feet, okay. The frogs have also awoken, you probably heard it just now. Also, another agricultural vehicle is about to pass by. But it is a bit more busy right now with cyclists, so they have to be careful. Agrifac. Well, there you go. In the water, still all quiet. As you guys can see, not a whole lot going on over here. Also further out, not much to see. Maybe they have already begun their siestas, I don't know. So, right now, not much going on over at the Polderbaan. Here is an airplane arriving. I also see the A380 already, so let's see if I can show you guys over the windmills. There we go. So unfortunately, but not unexpectedly, truth be told, today's Emirates A380 once again going to runway 18 center. And hey there, Alexander Kukta, checking in from Zaandam, where the A380 just passed by. So this is the daily flight from Dubai to Amsterdam, flight 147. It is an A380 800 underway for 6 hours and 25 minutes. This airplane 8 years old, and its first flight was in July 2014. This time a special livery, the Journey to the Future livery. Is a behemoth to look at, even when you're seeing it compared with other stuff. It doesn't fly by unnoticed, I can tell you that. Reversers are audible. Hope you guys are hearing that too. You can even hear them spool down again. Thanks for joining, Gerrit. Have a nice day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend if we don't speak sooner. Yes, Jackie, I am going to stick around for the 747 that is arriving from Miami. That's going to be the last plane for me for today. The Atlas Air. Which is going to arrive within half an hour. Haha, you hang in there, gezellig. So next up for Polderbaan is KLM flight 1074 E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Manchester and is underway for 48 minutes. This airplane 2 years old, first flight February 2021. Alright, so parallel landings are in progress once again, ladies and gentlemen. Looking in the distance, it seems that the direction of the wind has changed once again. Overall it is still from the south, but yeah, it seems to be varying a little bit. I can see two airplanes that are coming for runway center. The first of which is flying over here, and the second, a bit bigger, already visible, Turkish A330, which is over there. Turkish A330, flight 1957, arriving from Istanbul, Turkey. Flight time 2 hours 52 minutes. An 8-year-old airplane. First flight June 2015. Parallel to this airplane will also be coming another airplane to the Polderbaan, which is KLM flight 1666, and that is a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Barcelona. So I will be switching to that in a moment. 737 is still quite far out, and as this A330 is coming from the better visible from the side, it is a bit more interesting to look at. Hey there, Jim Jackson. Goedemiddag. Tuning in for the last couple of airplanes. I'm sticking around until the 747 from Atlas Air arriving from Miami has landed. It is underway, still over the North Sea at the moment. Here we have a Boeing 737-800 arriving from Barcelona, from KLM. Typical flight time of these airplanes, of these flights, is around 2 hours. And here we see a typical KLM landing. Keeping up the speed, staying on the runway, vacating late, but shortening the time to the gate as much as possible. It looks like there is a quad-engined airplane coming this way. Let's have a look. So this is pointing to the southeast. It is flying east to west, probably southeast to northwest. It is still south of me, it is still east of me. It is a quad jet. I don't know where it is coming from or going to. Also, I am now not able to read your messages in the chat because my phone screen is pointing to the ground. The camera is pointing up a little. Pointing up ever more as it gets closer to the zenith. Also a lot of activity going on the ground. Looking at the cycling path towards the parking area of the Polderbaan. A tractor is coming this way. You guys will probably be hearing it in a minute, as it is. Oh, it damn those cyclists. The tractor is obstructed by a cyclist on the cycling path, so it needs to slow down. Where is it? Oh, it's reversing. Okay, so they are all stationing over there. Just a quick peek behind me. Nothing going on Polderbaan. So let's continue following the airplane then for a bit longer. Has already passed south of me, it is now west of me, southwest, still going northwestish, I would say. Hard for me to see what kind of airplane it is. It almost looks like there are only 3 engines on this airplane. Is it a tri-jet? Is it an MD-11? Or is it just an optical illusion? And there is an isolated cloud, ladies and gentlemen. WTF? Looks like it's also going to go behind that isolated, that one cloud. Yeah. As if it was meant to be. Frankfurt Houston 747. Okay, so it was a quad jet after all. There's also an airplane coming directly towards me, so that should make for interesting footage. Let's see. This one is going to pass directly over me, so I'm not going to be able to follow it if it crosses through the zenith. I will have to turn around the camera and continue following it. Twin jet coming directly towards me from the east. Looks like it's almost flying east-west directly. Now there's also a landing going to take place on Polderbaan. So if I'm going to that now, I can continue following it once it has passed by. Also more contrasty then. So this is TUI, flight 96, Boeing 737-800, arriving from Brussels. Short flight, 31 minutes of flight time. This airplane 11 years old. First flight August 2011. Lufthansa A350 Munich to Mexico. Well, it is almost directly over me right now. Let's see. Turning around the camera. Let's see, the other way around, maybe better. It is now in my zenith, directly over me. And there it is. Okay, so cannot point the camera any higher. We'll have to wait until it gets in the center before being able to follow it again. That directly passed over me just now. And there's also crossing traffic from the left, so from the south to the north. Looks like another twin jet. So this is flying west of me and from the south to the north. And crossing the path of the previous airplane in a minute. Hopefully I can show you guys. Is it already? Well, again, the sun is out, hard for me to see too much detail. This is nice and contrasty. Now there's also another contrail coming from the other side. Let me see. There we go. So this is traffic moving from northeast to southwestish. Mostly north to south. From one twin jet to the other. So as I was saying, there are contrails, visibility is good, and particularly looking to the west, where the sun is not. Good contrast for me to also see them quickly. Nice side mission there. In the meantime, Boeing 737-700 from KLM arriving from Edinburgh. And another Transavia 737 landing on the center runway. The next airplane also already visible for center. Embraer 190 arriving from Florence in Italy. Smelling some jet fuel, some kerosene. Interesting. Okay. Okay, Marissa says that the Atlas is now above Dutch land and is third for arrival. That is very good news. I can already see two sets of landing lights in the distance. Embraer 190 from Florence to runway 18 center. And over here, there we go. Our first airplane is another 737-700, the baby of the bunch. KLM flight 1444, arriving from Aberdeen Flight time 1 hour 6 minutes. Airplane age 14 years. First flight October 2008. Now there aren't a lot of 737-700s in the fleet, but we have seen a few already. With their stubby fuselage and relatively big tail. Even though I believe the tail is not bigger or smaller, but just the relative size because of the short fuselage makes it look much bigger. Next up will be an E2 Embraer 195 from KLM arriving from Geneva. And the third should be Atlas Air. I do see something in the distance. Is that it already then? And yes, the answer is yes, it is. So that's the fourth or fifth Queen? I think it might be the fifth. I lost track of it. I think it's either the fourth or the fifth. I think it could possibly be even the fifth Queen of the stream. But before that, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Geneva, KLM flight 1928, 1 hour and 11 minutes of flight time. This airplane 1 year old, first flight November 2021. The penultimate plane of the day. Alright, time for the last airplane of the day. The fourth or fifth, possibly even sixth Queen of the Skies, Boeing 747. This time around another 400. We have seen one 800, the rest have been 400s. Atlas Air Flight 8209, Boeing 747-400, arriving from Miami, Florida. This airplane underway now for 8 hours and 13 minutes. It is a 747-400 and it is 24 years old. First flight of this airplane was in 1998 in August. Not the oldest, but also not the youngest of the 747s. It's also going to be the last airplane of the stream. So I'm going to go ahead in advance and thank each and every one of you who is still watching for sticking around. I've had a blast and I hope you guys did too. Looking to go out again tomorrow, do a morning stream. Looking to go out to the Kaagbaan, which unless the wind is going to change, will be used for departures. Holiday season starts as of this weekend. Many parts of the country, the school holidays are beginning after today. So I'm looking for more outbound traffic in the upcoming weeks. Hope to see that tomorrow. Hope by going out in the morning that it's still doable in terms of the temperature. Hope you guys will join me by the again, and if you cannot, will not, then maybe we'll see each other at another stream later in the future. Now let's see how the landing goes. Beautiful. Nice little application of the reverse thrust there. Nice and noisy, the way we like it. No loose parts as far as I could tell. Always good. Have an intact airplane. So that was it for me for today, guys. I want to thank each and every one of you once again for joining. Thanks to all the people who were so kind to donate memberships or super chats or super stickers. All other viewers, thank you all so much. Your support means the world to me and I'm very grateful. I'm looking to see you again tomorrow, and if not tomorrow, hopefully later during the weekend. For now, I'm going to say goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your day or evening, depending on what time it is where you are living. See you all on the next one. Take care, be safe, and talk to you soon. Bye for now.